Must be a mistake.
What?
I don't see anything at 1:30.
Printouts got it.
Oh, does it? Oh, really? Okay.
45 of them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they settled. Look like.
Did it last year with the that you guys sit here and they take them back in and try to settle it?
It doesn't happen terribly often. Agents generally will have work with the appraisers ahead of time.
Mhm. Okay. Read this.
Each $3 fee.
I glanced, but I didn't.
You better to read it. I don't think that's in the budget.
I think that's funny.
Didn't look too hard, did it? Oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, they probably settled, but I think that's funny, like she jump on that like gravy on rice.
Well, it's. I'm sure it's a 10 by 20 parcel, right?
Yeah.
That's less than last year. It always gets me when they do that. It's like, why did you come in last year? Well,
But we got another one of those personal property deals.
Oh, do we good?
good.
8:30.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting because that was the first one we had, so
Yeah, I
how
think
they do that.
last year, a couple of years ago, the state comptroller came down hard on the district crazy warehouse properties, how they were doing it. So they switched and started doing everything as with income approach. Part of the problem, at least in my mind, is they were taking every warehouse, whether it was income producing or not. You know, first of all, somebody buys a warehouse, it's their man cave.
Yeah.
And doing it that way. I didn't necessarily think that was correct. Anyway, this year we've had very few warehouse properties to deal with, and they have all seemed to be income producing type thing.
Yeah.
And the challenge last year was the numbers to start with. They were just setting the base, right? And so they didn't have a real good starting point. And people that came in with good data, you know, actuals and that kind of stuff were dealt with accordingly. And this year it seems they're better at it. I think this personal property thing is the same way. I think the schedule they put together is, you know, their first shot in the barrel to try and get their arms around it.
Yeah, when I did mine on my boat storage, that was not last year because of COVID, but the previous year. It was way out of line compared to all the others. And I don't know why they just don't do a per stall cost is like a trailer pad. Yep, you know, $8,000-10,000 a door. There you go. And I'd be happy with that.
Is it, you think it's, would come down from the state? How they have to do it? Or it's just,
I don't know if this was a reaction to anything that happened from the state.
yeah.
I would bet.
It's possible. The only audit that I was aware of from last, you know, between last year and now was they audited ag properties.
Hmm.
That's another one that we haven't had any real ag
No,
stuff.
we haven't.
And that's another black magic kind of thing to me. It's,
Mhm.
they try and determine quality of the land, pasture land, and we've got weeds ag, you know.
Good morning. Let me check on out. We're just waiting.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, are we on?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Are we go ahead and open,
We can.
just for.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, we just have
Yeah.
30.
Okay.
All right. Time marches on. It is Wednesday, October.
Yeah, we wish.
It would be cool outside, maybe.
Wednesday, August 3rd, 8:31. We're convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay, thank you. We are open for hearings.
Yay, okay, now we can go back.
Yeah.
Resume your position.
What I was surprised about was that there was no comparisons of other properties or buildings that were listed as the same.
Probably personal.
Okay, there's all kinds of stuff in the kitchen, like donuts and pastries and things in a blanket and all kinds of crafts.
Okay,
I'm there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm like.
yeah,
That made it very difficult to.
yeah,
I just don't know if that's personal information. I don't know how they would address that.
good question.
But you could go by footage, you could go by, it would seem to me that
Number-
there would be
number
some
of-
standards.
Bedrooms and things like that. Yeah, the,
I mean, the list they have is pretty standard and pretty well thought out, I think,
Yeah,
you know?
and even the values that they apply for medium,
Yeah.
high, medium, low. You know, it's a good starting point.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, when with the high, medium, low, it gives you room to tweak it if you need to.
Mhm,
you know.
mhm.
But the other thing is, their system doesn't appear to be set up to really identify or report that kind of information. Yeah, you got the property card, but the property card doesn't, for that kind of, for personal property breakdown, doesn't get into any detail.
Yeah, because when I had my rental, they would send me out something like this and ask me to estimate. Well, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, right,
Do the bottom.
yeah.
And,
So you
yeah, I
like,
would say when I replace furniture, but you know, it was never new furniture except for beds. That's,
yeah, so if you had something analogous to sales grid or an equity grid for comparable stuff with breakdowns and adjustments as appropriate, and they may get there, I don't know.
I think this is a good starting point with the low, medium, and high end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's something to go by. But as new things happen, people don't understand it, so.
I guess we were educated too.
Yeah, I asked Mike if he could have anyone or somebody put together a short presentation or information about the income worksheet.
Mhm.
Because when I look at that and I say, okay, fine, if this goes up, what's the effect? If this goes down, what's the effect? And, you know, and that kind of thing. And what's interesting to me is the sales ratio report on that, on those kinds of properties, how, you know, with the income approach, it's interesting how generally close they are or still under appraisal. Okay. But so anyway, I asked them if they could do that, and then also, there are, on the sales ratio report, we generally focus on the weighted mean and like to see that right around 1 or 1.05 or 1.5, that kind of thing. Showing how close they are to appraised values or sales. But there is this other factor, this other thing called COD, or coefficient of dispersion, which is if you look at the formulas, it's an interesting, complex statistical type field. But some of the stuff I read was there are certain values for certain types of properties, like commercial properties versus residential properties. Certain COD values are more, are acceptable, or the ranges are different. But that to me is some information that might be helpful. It's just something else you look at as you scrutinize the reports that they give us.
That's hardly, I was surprised that last one, he was very adamant about not giving us an idea of how many times it was rented, and yet all that information goes into the county for their taxes, because their postage, or I can't remember what they call them, taxes.
The hot fund stuff, or
the what?
well,
They're taxed on that, right? To the hot funds, hotel and.
they're supposed to be, yes.
Yeah,
Although these short-term rentals, they're really kind of not very good at it. I mean, keeping up with these people.
The only ones that would probably be decent about it are the ones that are handled through the Miss Kitty's Getaway or whatever, they're required to do that.
Yeah.
But an individual, I could see where.
yeah, or they could split wires, yeah, because mine was handled by somebody, so. And of course, she had to turn in her information.
Yeah.
And so they were just comparing more than,
Yeah. So, and they evidently the county, and it's just, well, if Illinois seems the ability to, they only have one person on staff that's supposed to be dealing with short-term rentals and the reporting and stuff like that. And it just kind of like Corps of Engineers, they only react to situations where people call in and complain or have some issue. Let's see what they got for breakfast back there.
Don't do it.
Might as well.
We are so weak.
I know, right? No, we'll.
We need to help them with it. It's just needed.
Yeah. Really long week? Yeah. Same. And you can get it when you buy after it, it's for like. I don't think it's that long. No.
Yeah. Right.
Hi.
Oh, that was.
Yeah, well, at least I had breakfast.
There you go.
Uh,
Make it lunch now, huh?
We were driving around. Have you been out to that rattlesnake point construction area?
No, I haven't.
That thing is huge, huh?
So what they're saying, what's it gonna be, you know?
Well, I heard heard it's like single family and apartments. I don't know.
Kind of like that Pearl Point stuff,
Well, maybe,
not as big probably.
yeah.
That was, they're in the second phase.
You know, so Rattlesnake Point, remember they had that building out there. It was destroyed in Harvey, right?
It was damaged. I don't think it
Damaged?
was destroyed, but they torn it down.
They
That was
tore
the
it down.
Redfish Lodge.
Well, they got redfish flies, and then there was a guy that had, he owned a number of these traveling circus
Okay.
things that would go around, small towns.
Yeah, the little carny
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. And he had a real big house with a lot of circus related memorabilia and things like that inside. And they tore that place down too, so.
Well, because you, of course, you probably pass by that construction site every day, don't you? And I heard it's apartments or it's single family or it's, I don't know what it is
Yeah,
exactly.
I heard, I forget who mentioned it and whether it's fact or fiction.
Yeah.
About having one section that's a gated community kind of thing with, sound like a Sun City kind of.
Yeah, it's like a retirement
Yeah,
area.
yeah.
Mhm.
And then some apartment complex stuff.
Well, so Tom and I were just driving around like old people do on Sunday afternoon. And we went out to that area and we tried to find that complex. But it's gone. Like you said, they tore it down, that Rattlesnake.
Yes.
What did you call it?
Redfish Lodge, yeah.
Lodge.
Mhm.
And we drove down the street and it's the navigation that owns that. There's like a kayak launching area now. But that was the road to that facility, right?
As you come down Rattlesnake Point Road,
Yeah.
it's a long stretch. Then it makes a right-hand turn
Uh-huh.
and it goes down maybe 3/4 of a mile. It would make another right-hand jog, but right before you get to that end, to that point where it turns to the right, Rattlesnake Point Road, technically goes to the left.
Okay,
And I think it's the Allen Parks, I forget the street on the right. as you're
Yes.
Going in, okay, but it changes, and it's technically Rattlesnake Point Road. Turns left, goes down
and it's
there.
gated, there's warehouses.
There used to be, I
Okay.
haven't been down there for a long time,
Okay.
but there, and I know it used to be a gate
Mhm.
across the road.
I guess that's how you got into that facility.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah. But and we pulled it up on Google Earth and it's still showing there, but it's, it's gone. You can tell it's gone.
yeah. So there, that big area that they're,
Man, it's huge.
yeah, it's, like I said, all the stuff going in, but as you come down Rattlesnake Point Road about halfway, just past the church,
Yeah.
Salt Lake Baptist,
Right.
there's something going in on the right.
Oh, okay.
And it was not clear to me whether it was gonna be, commercial or that kind of stuff. Although I went down, Salt Lake Baptist Road or whatever, and the number of buildings that they have going, that they're putting up in the back part, it's just, there must be 15 or 20 of them. And, so I'm guessing it's gonna be duplex kind of
Probably.
things.
But that construction has stopped on that Rattlesnake Point.
Yeah, they're,
I mean, well, it was a Sunday, no one was there, so maybe they're still working.
yeah, there's, it's not heavy duty, but they're still pushing dirt around, and I think they're working on, laying water lines and sewer lines and
Yeah.
then eventually gonna get some streets and stuff
Yeah.
laid out, but
Yeah, you could tell that they've got the streets curved out, they just haven't done anything, like
it's
paved it or anything like that.
yeah, could be a big place,
A
if
big
it comes to fruition.
Yeah, that's the situation, money, and now that the interest rates have gone up.
Yeah. And I don't know what kind of structure is gonna put in there, because that area floods pretty
I bet.
easily. from Port Bay and that kind of stuff.
Another heat advisory.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm ready for a rain advisory.
Me too. Yeah,
Noticed in that candy jar in the break room, they had some of those York
oh,
mint eggs. Might need to go make a rain with that.
Jackie said, Jackie brought all that stuff, and she said she brought some peanut butter.
And some almond joys.
Oh, I love coconut. So what is this? The old Klein Cafe is now, it's open today. And it's called Shopping Woods.
You remember
Yes,
the Klein Cafe?
you know, I do not,
It's down there.
well, I know where it is because the art center used to be there, and I did some volunteer work.
Well, it used to be where that new building was going in on Austin. And it was owned by the same guy, his name was Klein.
Yeah,
We were in here in the sixties. I mean, it was just your basic.
eatery, cafe.
Good cafe, home style food, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And they moved it over there, and I haven't been there since they moved it.
I've seen it and it looks really nice, how they worked it all out and everything. But I remember the controversy about, oh God, don't tear it
I
down.
mean, you come out here early in the morning to go fishing, they were, you know,
Oh, okay.
one of those coffee joints. you know? It was a good one.
Well, it looks nice. They've done some, good restoration to it, so. But it's now a shopping area. Well, I guess we don't have any 8:30, since it's 9:00.
Right.
Do that for this.
So when are you leaving on your cruise?
September the 30th. Through October the 10th, I think it is.
That's long.
Well, it's Europe.
Oh, October 30th through, or September 30th through.
I'm sorry,
October.
September to October 10th.
Okay, yeah, well.
It's just
still
7
good.
days. I mean, it's the 30th through the 10th,
When we had lived over there, we it was back at the time when the dollar was real strong, and we did a lot of traveling on your elephants.
This is well, I've been to London, but not, we stayed in London, so we didn't travel anywhere else. But this is my first time to actually go to the different places, so. Italy and then Greece, down in Greece, Croatia, and someone asked me the other day, is the Russian invasion gonna affect y'all? I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think it's on the other side, you know?
Yeah, we took
Yeah.
took a train from down Italy,
Mm.
we broke from Rome down to the bottom part there. And we left from Brindisi, Italy, which is down in this very south part of it,
Thank you.
and took a ferry over to Greece.
Oh, okay.
And it was an overnight thing. So we actually, they stopped in Corfu, which is an island, in the Adriatic.
Yeah.
And we decided, since rather than stay on the ferry and continue on to Greece, we got off in Corfu and spent the day in Corfu. And it was really, it's a small island, relatively small island, and we just happened to be there when they were having something like the equivalent of July 4th.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I
so
bet
they
that
had
was great.
parades and all kinds of stuff going on. And but when we were doing that, we would stay in bed and breakfast kind of places, and I mean it was dirt cheap, and in Corfu the place we stayed, the lady, she made us dinner, and
Oh, yeah.
she did all of our wash and stuff. I mean, it was really pretty.
They
nice.
were really wanting the tourists,
Yeah.
you know. Well, it's a cruise, so
Yeah, you'll
we're
have a
on the
good time,
ship.
sure.
Yeah, and, we get off in different ports, so it's Venice, Croatia, and then other areas up, and then all the way down to Greece and back up and back home. So,
You can fly into Venice and leave from Venice as well?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Venice was the place we stayed. We had a real tough time trying to find a place to stay just overnight, and there were four of us, and we ended up getting, I won't say it's the last room, but it was really difficult finding a place to stay. And we were in the room. It had two beds, but it was the kind of thing that if you had to take one of the beds and put it up on end, just so you could open the door to get in and out of the room. It was that small.
That small, wow. Yeah. Well, I would have liked to have gone to Rome, but not this trip, so.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's changed.
I have somebody who called in already for 10 o'clock. I don't know if you want to do it.
Might as well.
She asked him if he was available. He said yes.
Okay.
Grab my side.
I don't know if Dylan's in the restroom or in the back.
I'll walk by the
Yeah.
dictionary or something.
Thank you.
Huh?
The phones are, I'll go get it.
Gotta get it home.
Have much text on the phone call, I saw the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's probably, I would guess it's done. I didn't put that. Corpus. It's the weather.
Hmm.
Yeah, I got it. I just got that.
Okay.
Text those. Mail that to you.
Who we got? You know,
Sorry?
Number 47,818.
Yeah, it's on at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
so I'd have never found it. You got a page?
What is it? What number?
Three.
What's the number?
47,818. Page 3.
We're gonna be our timer, so
I
we have
guess
the
so.
magic timer.
Yeah. Calendar.
I grabbed the phone.
Oh, thank you.
No worries. 4, 6, 4, 7.
781.
Okay.
We're both like, okay.
Oh, my God.
Aaron?
No, they haven't gotten it.
Was it okay?
Yeah.
Yours.
I think you push it and then wait for it to turn green, right? It isn't right again.
Well, I turned, this is what I normally used to mute or unmute. But if I do that, it goes off.
Did you do anything to do with the board that was not connected or something?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. no issue. Right. Are we ready?
I think we are, yeah. Yep.
Yes, is this Aaron? This is he. This is the review board calling for your hearing?
Okay, can you hear me okay? You're on speaker.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, are you ready?
Yep, can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aaron, I have some administrative stuff to run through first. And then we'll get into the details of your hearing. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-270, account number 47818, which is 191 Pelican Point Drive in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest
Market and appraised value Q1, Q2, and Q5.
Okay, I see other was identified on our case listing. Let's look at the form. It just be the comments that went with it.
Yeah, like the road access utility should be under development.
Okay. Purchase, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's in the.
Yeah, okay. So we'll address your comments during the hearing as well as any evidence or presentation that you have. Okay, so we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. There's 4 of us here in the room from the ARB. We have Eamon Burke as a representative from the appraisal district and Beth Picazzari. Did I say it right? Sure. Okay, close enough. Picarazzi.
How is it? What is it?
Figurazi.
Figurazi.
And Scott Arrington are in the back of the room dealing with technology and other assistance that we need. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is included in the determination package you received in the mail after this hearing. You can also complete the survey online. Information about how to do that is included on the form, and the survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is also included in the determination package that will be mailed to you to document the result of the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I see we have some information that you have provided, maps and a few other items. Have you submitted everything that you intend to reference as evidence in your presentation?
Yes, or what just can be available by clicking on those, property ID tracks, which is all CAD, data.
Okay. Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Aaron, I'm assuming since we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you that we are going to consider you to be under oath during this hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I am in solemnly swear affirm testimony against the official review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Aaron, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Makes things easier in many ways. In the information that you received from the district, there's a one-page chart that is labeled hearing procedure time. Do you have that handy?
A one-page chart.
Yeah, it's a chart that says hearing procedure times and is broken into 2 columns. One is if the protester goes first, and the other is if the appraisal district goes first. And if you don't have it, that's okay.
Yeah, I received pages describing the procedure, but I don't have a chart.
Okay, it's not a problem. Basically what, as I said, the way the hearing is going to be run is one of 2 ways. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both will have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who presents first. But you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or whether you would like the appraisal district to present first.
I'd like the appraisal district to present first.
Okay, fine, hang on just a second and we'll get started here.
Okay, fine. Yeah. 584.
Good, Andy?
Yeah, you can start your timer.
You have 5 minutes.
Just give us a second.
Scott, what was the size of, that one, 58450?
$11.77 acres.
All right. I will present for evidence. Okay, so this is account 47818. It is a vacant parcel in it's not on the water, it's in on wetlands really in Cape Valero. It's on Pelican Point Drive. Probably need to pull up picture actually because I even have no idea what the heck I was looking at.
More. There we go. Okay.
So this is, you're coming into Cape Valero over here, on the right, this is Pelican Point Drive. Doesn't look like there's hardly anything over there. There's some lots. Where is, in South Point is this one right here. This is South Point. So, our comparables are on South Point. Let's see here. So look, all of them are on South Point. These are not a land grid, so I'm trying to figure out. This isn't really calculating much of anything. So I'm trying to sort of, I'll have to abstract out what people are paying for these things. Let's see, we've got 202,500 divided by 15.75. So it's 4. And go up to the one before it. And okay, so that's an average of 6 is getting an acre. It's a giant. This averages out to people paying $7.50 a foot. $7.50 a foot is like $320,000 an acre. Because these are just super subdivided little pieces. 15,000 square feet. This one's 13,000 square feet. The subject is 87,000 square feet. And if you're going an acreage land table, it's 2 acres. A little less than 2 acres, but the most of the parcels over there are just bigger. This is the smallest one, I think, on Pelican Point. Let's scroll down, and I mean, well, it's going to be an equity rating. Is there anything else in here other than the sales ratio report? No. Okay, go back to the property card real quick. Okay, so this is. You move on to the land table part of the bottom of the card. Unit price is 42,000 an acre. There's no adjustments going on. Oh, okay. So it's on an acreage waterfront table. And to be honest, I don't know why. There was some reason this was changed. I don't really know what it was. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know everything. This was the subject was a purchase or a sale, or
was a tax sale.
Okay, so there's sales on this street, 882287 So I guess this one sold,
Right.
what did it sell for, Scott?
Here's.
Do we know,
That's actually,
like, do we have any for that?
but there's.
Digging. Can you control F? To that, yeah. Okay. It's not showing up in acceleration. Is it because it's like a? Click on this, I don't know what the heck is going on.
No utility.
Oh, it's because this is blank, right? So it's not gonna pull anything. And how big is it? 2 acres? No. That's twice. Three acres, okay. Then the other one's gonna be the scale ratio report, right? If it's a second parcel. And if I run out of time, I run out of time.
You're getting close.
Okay. There's a computer, but that's fine, yeah. Same thing, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Aaron, you have 5 minutes to present. Starting now.
Okay. First, I want to thank the board for this kind opportunity to discuss this track. I think it'd be helpful to go through some past history on these tracks that were developed. Cape Valero and these tracks were initially sold during the 1980s when the Cape Valero development was done. They were developed as larger tracks with no streets or utility. There were approximately 6 tracks that extend from Cape Valero Drive out towards Copano Bay. 47818 is the last one and is considered 32A. A formal plat was never completed or filed on these tracks, which is unfortunate. Block 32A or 47818 was taken back for taxes, and I purchased it at the sheriff's auction for $6,750, approximately $3,400 per acre. And that was transferred to me in 2017. I think the actual auction was December, but took a while for the paperwork to come through. The contiguous lot is 32B and C, property ID 47819, and is currently owned by Ms. Garrett. This was purchased by her and her husband in 1991 from Padre Federal Savings and Loans, which had taken the property back from the developer. That is a 4-acre tract and was valued at $18,100 or approximately $4,500 per acre up until this year. And those have been constant at that level. Her property has been at that level for quite some time. Her husband is deceased and she continued with the property. None of these lots have ever had utilities available or streets constructed for access. The Pelican Point Drive, which shows on the tax map, simply does not exist. David Reed at Roads and Bridges was able to explain that to me, that it was drawn onto the map so that street addresses could be assigned for 911 identification purposes only. In fact, the proposed road that shows on the tax map does not even extend to my tract 47818. So I purchased this at the sheriff's auction for, again, $6,750, public auction. I presented that data to the appraisal district at that time, and it was agreed that the taxable value would be $6,600, where it has remained until this year, when it was raised to over $42,000, a 640% tax increase. I'll refer to tax map 1. 47818 went from $3,400 per acre to over $21,000 per acre. The contiguous property of Ms. Garrett went from $4,500 per acre to $12,650 per acre. The important factor to me is note the distance from Cape Valero Drive, which is the most immediate utility, if they were available, would have to come from there. That's over 1,200 feet. So to improve or to do anything with these tracks, streets would have to be constructed, water lines, electricity, pulled all the way out, which my guess would probably be for 47818, $250,000, and I'm not sure that it can be done for that. It may be well above that. In essence, but it's just cost prohibitive. And that's really why these properties are in a natural state. Nothing's ever been done. It's been sitting there for 40 years. It's just cost prohibitive. They're essentially abandoned, pristine acreage. And to me, that's not necessarily a bad thing. My comparisons that I've offered is across the constructed lake that was done, I believe, in 58450. It is I believe it's 11.8 acres, and at the current valuation, which went up slightly this year, $8,200 per acre. And I don't think it is directly comparable because it is sitting on the street where utilities and the street access are immediately available, neither of which I have. I think the most appropriate comparisons are made on tax map 2. And that is the large surrounding tract is 4468, which is a 60-acre tract. And in that same time frame, my acreage was subdivided. These tracts were created, and in a similar fashion, there was never street or utility applied to these. They're listed as Oyster Ridge Drive, and they are privately owned. But they've been sitting fallow for over 40 years. And again, any type of development, Oyster Ridge Drive does not exist. It's a sandy lane that goes out towards those tracks. But there's no utilities, they're distant from the road. And that's why I think they're immediately across the street from Cape Valero and down maybe quarter mile, a half mile. Very similar marshy areas, some higher areas. And I think they directly compare to what I own, in that any type of development would be cost prohibitive, and that's why they're still there in their pristine state. The surrounding 44468, which was the 60-acre tract that these were taken out of, was taken back to taxes a few years ago, and no taxes had ever been paid on that property. It's been offered several tax sales over the past few years with no takers. And it's listed at, I think, the $132,000. So for 60 acres, it's approximately $2,200 per acre.
All right, Aaron, your time is up for right now. You'll have some more minutes as we go along.
Okay.
Eamon, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, so I just want to say in principle of the issues going on, we totally agree. This is not, it's way off the road. It's not developed. It's, marshy and the rest of that. We go to Pictou real quick. Usually whatever's already on there. So this is this is the one that he was talking about, and it would be our opinion that this is actually like noticeably worse than where the subject is. It's, whatever that hypothetical street is, Pelican Point. I know the street's not there. It's also undeveloped land, but this would take a lot more to turn into anything than Pelican Point. This is basically a sandbar. This is extremely wet. So it wouldn't be, there's a reason there aren't houses anywhere even close to this stuff. I mean, because you've got a long ways to go before anything starts to look like this. That being said, this thing right here, this little strip of properties around this lake, this is not $42,000. It is also not worth what it sells for at a tax sale. Nothing is. It's a tax sale. You're buying something for the back taxes that's owed on it. And taxes are assessed at 2% of the property value. So, if it takes 7 years to get there, you're talking about paying 15 to 20% of what something's actually worth. So that would be normal. But before this was the current owners, it was assessed at $21,300 for 20 years, 15 years, 11 years is what it was. So in 2006, it was made 21,300. And yeah, that sounds about right to me. I mean, there's, if you scroll out a little bit, there's some sales activity right here this year. So stuff is like moving adjacent to it. It's not full value of what this other stuff is. It's not utilized, that kind of thing. So yeah, I would say somewhere between 6 and 40 is right. 6 is too low, 40 is too high. So that's it. That's all we're going to present. The sale price for this is not included in our evidence or in our sales ratio report because of a data error in how it's labeled. It didn't populate, so we can't introduce that. So anyways, but the concept is, this is not a $42,000 piece of property. But the reason it was pulled out is because it's also not a $6,000 piece of property. So whatever y'all would like to do with it is good with us.
You done?
Yes, sorry.
Aaron, you now have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I guess why it was initially reduced from the 21,000 to the 6,750 was because it was purchased at a public auction, which was at that time, I would argue, is marketable value. Nothing has been done to improve the property or develop it. And this, again, just doesn't justify a 640% increase in taxes. Development remains cost prohibitive. I have referred to map 2, federal tracts that are privately owned, have been valued and remain so without change at $2,900 to $4,000 per acre. The largest surrounding tract has no offers, no bids. In summary, are good examples, I think, of lifetime properties in the immediate area that are unimproved, no roads, utilities, and likely to remain so into the future is just cost prohibitive. Not a bad thing, but only if the taxes do not become a heavy burden. I thank the board for their time and interest, and I request evaluation of $8,000 for the two of the truck.
You still have, more time if you need it?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just point out, lastly, I guess this is kind of informational, even if it is a public auction for something that's been claimed by a sheriff's deed for back taxes or whatever, or to raise money or something like that, there's risk involved and restrictions involved. So those are just never considered markets, just to let you know. But that's it. Again, in principle, we agree with everything.
May I respond to that?
You have 1 minute?
Again, when this was initially purchased and discussed, that's why it was the county appraisal district at that time agreed with me that the 6750 was a reasonable market value as the public auction was publicized and made available. In fact, then they reduced it even further than the 6750 because of the nature of it being remote, cost prohibitive to do anything with. So I guess I will continue to disagree with that was not a market value.
All right. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The ARB now has 5 minutes.
Well, I have to agree that the 42.3 is too high. Way too high. Way too high. He wants 8. He thinks 8's fair. I don't know, what do y'all think?
I was somewhere maybe 13 to 15.
Yeah.
And the way I came at that was the long ago value 21,
Mhm.
about halfway between 8 and 21.
I
Not
did,
scientific at all.
yeah, no,
I mean, there's a number of different data points you can look at, the property next door, these others and so on. So again, my thought right now would be 13.
yeah, I could go with
I can
13.
go with 13.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yes,
you want to make one,
oh, yes,
please?
okay, the ARB is going to now make a motion concerning account number 47818. After we've addressed Q1 and Q2, it is the ARB's decision after information was presented from the district and the owner that the value of the property be reduced from 42,300 to 13,000.
I'll second.
On favor?
All right.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Aaron, we came up with 13,000. We'll probably see you next year too.
May I ask just a little, and I thank you for that, and I think that's fair and reasonable. May I add another comment?
It depends. The hearing is technically closed, but certain things.
Okay, then I can add some color. I feel very badly for Ms. Guerra. She's elderly and very poor health. She has hung on to this property. I talked to her, maybe a month ago, and she was at her wit's end. She said that I may not be able to make this tax payment. She's on a fixed income, and I encouraged her to protest, and I hope that she did. And if she didn't, I just I feel for people like that because she does not have the means to pay this large increase. And I know nothing can be done retroactively for her, but I mean, I would certainly encourage her to seek relief for next year if nothing can be done for this year. I learned.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
agree. And, you know, any opportunity you have to tell people there's no downside to protesting. They should always protest. And
Yeah, it is, it's hard for people to do. Who are elderly and just don't have the means to initiate that protest.
yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Have a good day.
Thank you, appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
What do you think the change on?
That handled it, didn't it?
It evidently did. At the moment, no. Doesn't think it.
Oh, the lights out for a little bit. He was organized.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Oh,
I don't know what was going on at 10 o'clock, whether that's,
That was 10,
well, that was 10. And
we're not even,
and we're not even at
No.
10. It's not even 10. Let's bring in 3 now.
yeah. Somebody out front desk said we should get one of those signs, for people out on the highway. to see.
Protest.
Yeah,
It's a little late. Do that when we do that May 30th. We should be getting close to hearing most of them, right? Gosh. Well, one good thing is we don't get any windstorm tax.
Did they vote that? Or-
They
Yes.
they voted against it, yep. One more
I
year.
don't know if I told you, but my company went belly up and I had
Yeah,
to
you
find
told
another
me.
one 2 weeks ago.
Well, I've settled Twia.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went to
I
them.
got Twia and then I got Weston,
We got all
it's non-Twia,
non-Twia.
and they don't require a WPIA.
No.
I have a
But you pay a little
Twia
more.
place. It was fine.
Oh, well, as long as you get that covered, that's the main problem.
Mhm.
Nobody. Yep.
It's not,
We are not popular today.
Uh-oh,
no 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not 10 yet, though.
Oh, okay.
We got
we're
60% chance of rain on
probably
Saturday.
done with,
60% rain.
Saturday. But yesterday it was gonna be about over 5 days now.
they're cutting it down.
Yeah, now it's Saturday and
Was
Monday.
Wednesday night, Thursday.
Yeah,
No.
I was getting ready to leave. I was tired. Turn off my water.
My bill was a little higher this month.
Yeah, so was mine, and I thought.
Well, we replanted the grass too. Our grass kept dying up at the front. When the water would rise and the salt would mix with it. And so we scooped out a whole bunch of old dirt and then put in some new soil and then planted grass. And it's just so pretty and green. Of course, the water was
Till the next high tide.
yeah, that's kind of what you keep your grass alive when you got that salt water mixing in with it.
Well, and the only thing you can do is either, as you did, or you can dilute it down sometimes,
Yeah,
but there goes your water bill again.
It sits there for days. And
Yeah.
absorbs it.
I just think we ought to pull it all up. Of course, we spent so much money on it, but put gravel, you know.
We always felt sorry for the people on the Coconut Bay side of Coconut Ridge, that area. because they're so close to the edge that if that doesn't get them the way from that, it's the splash
Yeah.
on their windows and they have to clean them once a week. And they're gonna just basically sit out. But nobody ever tells you those things when you're holding them by.
We were talking earlier about different languages and
Mm.
different countries. Then when we were traveling over in Europe and my in-laws, we were in Paris. And my mother-in-law majored in French in college. So we were pretty lost walking around where we were. And so she was gonna go ask her places for directions. So my wife, she said, don't worry, I'll handle this, right? She walked up to the guy and she goes, "Donde está?"
Wrong country.
When we were going to Portugal, we tried to find a Portuguese class online.
Yeah.
But they're all Brazilian Portuguese, which is very different from Portugal, but you can't find it.
Really? Oh,
Get the translate out. Works good.
Yeah,
really? I'm gonna have to do that.
that's what we find.
It's all right.
We just
So it's
upgraded.
a translation app?
Yeah, you talk into it and it translates back in whatever language you
Oh, I
speak,
cannot wait.
or English in our case.
Okay, App Store, what's it called? How much is it? Is
It's
it free?
free.
Oh, wow, free.
It's look into your app store and translate. You can talk into it or you can enter the text in manually, English, Spanish, however you want.
So making sure the Portuguese you get, if you're going to Portugal is,
No, I'm not going there.
yeah, so don't worry about it then. Yeah.
So there's,
But you could
there's
just-
translate, there's Google Translate. It can translate.
As long as it says free.
Maybe let's try this one here.
Always leave.
Translate photo, text. It's offers in-app purchases.
Verbal translation or
Let's see what happens here. I've downloaded so many apps and then it's like, oh, for $5. I'm like, delete. Google Translate might have been a good one.
Yeah, I searched on language translator.
Or did you?
There's quite a few that came up. Google, iTranslate, translator.
Oh, see, try. This one's gone.
Speak and translate.
yeah, that would be a good one. Speak and translate.
Delete, okay, delete. Speak and translate. We need to get these plugs too, what, because they use a different
Yeah, power.
power.
Boy, I wish I had two big folio kind of things of different power converters and plugs and stuff like that. It all got trashed and hard.
Yeah,
I found a little, it was just the plug things, but it was all in one little teeny thing, and you would push a button and it had different ones coming out from different sides. It was really neat. Free speak and translate, that sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any luggage stores anymore in like the malls.
I had been.
But that was the place that I
Try, Best. They have all that crazy electronic stuff.
Yeah, they do.
Amazon should have.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah.
too.
Sometimes you like to touch and see it.
Mhm. But Amazon's got a real good return policy. I've used it several times.
Or you could just go into San Antonio to one of the Amazon return,
Mhm.
those stores, it's $4 the first day and $3 the second day, and put through their carts out there.
My goodness, I don't even know how to use this app. English to. Speak.
Always English to Spanish, they're very specific.
This is to my microphone.
Oh, this test. Oh, here it is, get 100 languages in one app.
All I need is probably 3. Italian, Greek.
Especially Greek, right?
Especially Greek. Maybe English.
Does it allow English to English?
Because sometimes you get in there, you can't even say the word in your own language.
When Ron said you want to make a motion, I was like, oh, I couldn't speak. Well, I'll just work on that at home. I'll tell Tom, he'll do it. What are they called? Those are adapters, right?
Yeah, power adapters.
Power adapters.
Well,
What would they be called? And what, like, we have, help me out with what voltage do we use?
115 there overseas, I think are 230, 215 volt. I think.
I think on a cruise.
What's
They-
boat should have
They're
115.
both, yeah.
yeah, and a lot of your devices, like electronics, will automatically adjust to the voltage difference. The only challenge you have is getting something to plug into the wall.
Yeah,
In fact, like on your hair dryers, there's usually a little button you can
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
see, like, they've got them here, it says European travel plug adapter.
Yeah,
That's probably it.
I think so.
That second one,
Yeah,
To give you the voltage capabilities on it.
I'm sure somewhere.
Yeah, see that one plug looks different.
Yeah, it's different, huh? Yeah. Oh, you get a different color. Black is even more than gray. Wow. Indeed.
It's amazing the thing.
Oh, it says US to Europe plug in that compatible in most European countries such as Austria, Belarus, they say Belgium, Croatia, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Portugal, Poland, Netherlands, Spain, Italian.
Maximum 250 volt.
So that's what but that would be
Say that was over, yeah,
get two.
because it won't be over 250 volt.
I'll get two because Tom will want one. And it's got UBS. USB rather. UBS.
That too.
That's it, yeah. Let's add to court. Let me see if I have any. What is this? Need to check. Sometimes I have some money, oh yeah, I got $30. Look at the money bills. It's free.
What's free?
Well, I had,
You said the magic word.
well, I have some points. I have an Amazon card and it builds up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. Free, I like free.
Well, I too.
I did.
You did.
It's the fifth. All right. Yep. Okay.
Since Amazon got their local delivery trucks down here, where
I've
it's
seen
coming quick.
that. Man, I love that.
Then San
truck.
Antonio usually a lot of times, it's on the truck.
And they usually ring the doorbell.
And just lay it on the porch, take a picture of it, and you send it to you.
You know, well, of course, my daughter lives in Houston, so it's right around the corner. They order something in that afternoon, it's at their house.
Yes, I've heard that.
I've seen the Amazon truck go by when I'm visiting her. I'll see the Amazon truck go by all the time. Hey.
Yeah, my daughter goes to San Antonio with a friend. They'll order something, it'll be there
Yeah.
that afternoon.
I know.
That's crazy.
Been very spoiled.
So I'm
Come
wondering.
to an abrupt halt one of these days.
I know. Kathy was saying that HEB delivers to her house. Do you know if they deliver in Holiday Beach?
I don't know. And you can go on the curbside and the delivery deal and
Okay,
website and it will tell you. I don't know.
yeah, I guess it's kind of like the Domino's that come to the front, you know. I know not Snap, Shipt did that. They were delivered. That's not like
I don't know. See, they own Favor and I don't know if they're full force yet down there.
Okay,
Favor was located in Austin and they bought them,
yeah.
but there
because,
may be some other delivery services attached to it now. I don't
I
know.
may never have to leave my house for anything.
Oh. Well, you gotta come here.
Well, yeah, I do have to come home.
10 o'clock?
Yeah, sure is.
You don't have any victims, that's. Did it always slow down at the end or
Yeah, it seems,
spotty?
yeah. Yeah, it also seemed like we had more agents, the agent stuff was dealt with more towards the end as well.
I was noticing, I think it's in the 3 o'clock, it looks like an agent's got quite a few.
Yeah, I saw that.
Laguna Reed condos,
That's up there on Water Street, right?
water.
Water.
Yes.
That may be the same guy. Every year he comes in.
Bunch of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's always,
Reagan or,
I think that's it. There was always a discussion about, the size of certain condos and debating differences of 10 square feet.
Oh, gee. Well, that is a room.
ooh. That sounds interesting.
And I bet you who translates the same.
So I had my microphone on and it says today, okay, cancel. We okay with it. That's Italian, from English to Italian. See, it's English to Italian.
That's cool.
Speak.
Looks like all afternoon is that same ragged floor.
Yeah, I noticed it too.
Looks like the 130 and the 3 are all the same one.
The whole afternoon.
Looks like it. Mhm. But they haven't even, I mean, they weren't loaded in, they're not loaded in.
Maybe they're hoping. Or did she say something about that they hadn't gotten all the information on some of it?
I don't know.
You know, I have Facebook and memories pop up every, from like 2 years, last year, whatever. And evidently, in 2017, it was 77 degrees and raining. That was the start before Harvey.
Yeah.
Oh, we are coming
It would
up on
be
an
nice.
anniversary, aren't we?
Hmm,
Gee,
It's 5 years, isn't it?
yeah, 5 years.
so much has changed in that time.
I don't want to do it again.
Oh, gosh.
No, I think next time I'll walk away.
I'm taking the check and pop the for sale signs up,
I'll tell you what, that was. I'm like you, Ron, I don't ever want to go through that. And then we weren't
I
here.
don't know if I can afford to anymore.
We were fortunate we could go to the ranch. We didn't have to be here the whole time. Because I know people who had to stay, it must have been absolutely awful.
We were out 2 nights
Mm.
and came back on Sunday morning.
You didn't lose your house, right?
I lost the roof,
You did.
shingles and all the fence and trees and
Mm.
But my, Jennifer's house was gone, my
Oh.
son's house,
His was gone too.
the trees were down, he couldn't get in, he lost the roof shingles. The trees protected his house, though,
Yeah, I think that.
but we all stayed at our house for
Yeah, Jennifer.
3 weeks, she was with us for a couple of years.
Mhm.
And we ran on generator for 14 days. I had 4 of them going,
Mhm.
several houses.
Yeah, 18 months we stayed at the range.
Yeah, she was, I think, at our house 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and then every time we drive in and like go to Portland or Corpus on 35 and you just see all of the debris. It was like,
On Sunday, I tried to get down there. I was in 4-wheel drive and I could not get down Bel Air
yeah,
with all the power lines down. I had to go over into the bar ditches and it was just so soft. We didn't get there till Monday afternoon.
Yeah, I think I came back on Monday or Tuesday.
yeah, when we drove in, it
But
was.
we stayed in La Quinta and Kennedy. We had 74-mile-an-hour winds there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I looked at them, I said, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Well, it was like that in Charter. wasn't it? I mean, it was-
Yeah.
It was pretty bad. What we had was on.
Charcoal was even closer.
Yeah. And I mean, it was
And we, I
scary.
think Saturday, my son and I got in the truck and we went north to find gas and
Mhm.
gas tanks, gas cannons. So we got to Floresville, bought the HEB out of all gas cans, filled them up. We were ready to roll Sunday morning.
Yeah.
My financial advisor that we've been using for years when we lived in Austin. He actually went, got out of the business for a while. But we still kept in touch with each other.
Mhm.
And he was one of the only people from that area that contacted me to
Mhm.
see how things were going and stuff like that. And since then you got back, back in the financial advisor business.
Mhm.
I moved all my stuff back over to him, partly in large part because of that.
Yeah.
But he asked if he could do anything, and I said, well, can you find any generators? We were in Berclair, and even there, it wasn't bad. Okay, I mean, we had bad winds like we did in Charco, but the power went, and for life of us couldn't figure out why.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like trees had gone down and, whatever. But, wanted to get, and I needed two generators, one for the well and one for the house, because they were separated. So, he found a Tractor Supply in Wimberley that had gotten a whole truckload of generators that was supposed to go to Houston, but they couldn't get into Houston because of all the flooding and stuff like that. So, so I bought four generators, and the generator I have here, which is a Generac, had an internal hemorrhage.
Oh, gosh.
Said, forget this.
Yeah, well, the generator people said the best they could figure is that it backfired into the carburetor, and when I came back, which was, it must have been Sunday or Monday, and the generator wasn't running. So I opened the top and looked in, and it would crank,
Mhm.
but just wouldn't start. So then I noticed on the top of the air cleaner, there was a little hole about the size of a quarter. And so I took the top of the air cleaner off, and it was just a charred mess inside, so it caught fire in the carburetor. So I had to come out and see whether or not it was worth repairing or not. So they passed last rights on the thing. It's not working.
Well, I ended up with 4 of them. And I got 2 of them from San Antonio. My son's best friend brought a truckload of stuff in. 2 generators, 2 air conditioners, 55 gallons of gas, chainsaws and everything. So,
And you needed every bit of it.
yes, we did. We used that whole drum of gas pretty quick. Because I was filling, I think I was running about 30 gallons a day of gas and generators. I mean, every day we'd have to make the gas run some more.
You know, that's the problem is, you know, you have all this devastation. And then it happens in August when it's hot.
Mhm.
And I mean, humid. And I remember living in Louisiana when Betsy was a pretty devastating one in my hometown. And it's the same thing. It's like, you know, you clear off everything and you're without power for 2 to 6 weeks, if not longer. And it's blazing hot. And back then, no one had generators. I mean, they, you know, just suffered the heat.
Yeah.
And that's the bad part. And then we're trying to get in, I mean, this was the worst, actually, this area here. And I don't ever want to go through that. Again, I'm like you, I'm gonna have to think very seriously.
Mhm.
So it won't happen again for a while.
Hope not.
Calm, the tropics are pretty calm, but those things flare up like overnight.
I think it's funny, we really haven't had any this summer so far.
You know, Tom was saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We've had some tropical storms by now. You know.
Yeah, it's not even on the East Coast, and they haven't had anything. I always wish for them to have it better than us, but, you know, it just hasn't happened. So that means we're really gonna get a big one more.
And a bunch of them probably at one time.
Yeah,
Once something breaks those highs out of the way.
Well, let's see what the project.
We'll need some rain.
10-14, to be exact.
yeah, a little rain would be nice, but in moderation, always put that in.
You know, sometimes I walk out on my porch and when it's so windy, and I get this eerie feeling. I think I mean, I wasn't here for it, but it still impresses me, you know, like.
Well, no, the weather just before them is gorgeous. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's always the calm before the
It was
storm.
cool and it was, you know, there was this nice tropical breeze. It was like almost Hawaii.
Yeah. But I
In
still
fact,
get
I wasn't even going to leave until it started changing
I
so
wasn't
fast.
until,
And then I said, that's it.
till Thursday morning, because I was
That's
going
good.
to the emergency operations center here for HEB.
Mhm.
And it was fine Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, it started changing. And that's when they said, if
Well,
you're
they
staying,
made it
write your social security
Right.
number on your arm with marker.
I
You
had
can't come get
I
you.
had attended a chamber seminar and it got over at noon. And so Tom was putting up everything and he decided we're gonna leave because when the water rises, the streets flood, you might not be able to get out. It's just a tropical storm. And then he said, I think I'm gonna take the boat out too, just for precaution.
I'm glad
Glad
you
he
did.
did, because we would have lost the boat.
Yeah.
At 8:30 Friday night is when that 15-foot wall of water hit the house and knocked out it breached the garage door, caused the alarm to go off. And they called my daughter and said, do you want us to send the sheriff? And she says, there's a hurricane.
You go right ahead, but.
We were in the hotel when they called. So we knew at that moment.
Yeah.
When it hit that way, yeah.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, I'll even turn this off, because
Oh, no, that's,
Good.
he's closing his book, so that.
she thought that Jackie's disappeared, for a moment.
Oh, okay, she's,
There were a whole bunch of agent, or there were a whole bunch of things from an agent, and she, at least Beth said, she thought that they were all settled except one possibly. But they haven't received anything. So, what we'll do is, I'll check in here a little after 1. And And, you know, even worst case, if we were like starting at 1:30 or something like that, it's not a problem, but I'll let you guys know. I'll text you and let you know whether or not there's anything.
To come back at
Yeah.
1:30, okay.
Oh, well, there's Jackie. See if she can say anything.
Well, let's do it now. Any letters? Let's get letters out.
Let's get it all done.
Jackie, got any updates for this?
What?
The stuff for this afternoon?
One.
Okay.
No, one. I only have one case.
Okay, and is that still gonna happen?
He did the afternoon and I settled for us.
Okay, and that's at 1:00? 1:30, yeah, that one, so.
Did he send?
Is he going to, is it gonna? Listen to me.
Yeah, we know now.
An affidavit, you can read that, huh?
You think he's been getting,
We haven't sent it in yet.
she did.
You don't need it.
Absolutely.
I'll be in my car.
Okay,
We'll do affidavit.
So we just be back here by 1:30?
she's gonna check, she got the affidavit, and if,
Yeah, we can.
we can knock it out now.
Yeah.
She's just double checking all the paperwork and getting things worked out, so.
Yeah,
That sounds like a plan.
I like that.
Yeah, what plan?
Mhm.
I had different values in that last one.
Plan comes together.
I have mine all over the
Mine were too.
map. Just-
That's the chance you take when you go to the sheriff bill. You've got to research it. And no, I bought many of them. Make good money doing it too. I don't care what they say. But you got to research it, you know.
Yep.
Well, you know, at that price, it wasn't bad piece of land. It was just that there's no way to get to it. More than
That was-
anything
that's
else, you know,
interesting.
but,
And it
yeah, you're
does
right.
cost a
You've
lot
got to
for
research. Yeah.
streets and utilities. And they all say, okay, you want that? Here you go. Here's the
Yeah,
cost. Yeah, we'll give it to
I
you.
ever tell you guys about when my wife and I, shortly after we were married, this is other option, we had a little bit of money, and we, decided we're gonna buy some property.
Yeah.
So we went out to between Dripping Springs and Marble Falls.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice.
And there was a guy that was selling off parcels of property. It was 9 acres. And, I think I don't even remember how much we paid. It was less than $10,000.
Gosh.
And, but we had no money.
Yeah, that was a lot of money.
One of the selling points was he would finance it. Right?
Yeah.
So we live and learn, right? It was on a contracted deed.
Oh, gosh.
And
That's a number.
And he financed it for 40 years. So our payment was like $90 a month or something like that. And so, and we were, and the guy who was selling it was a guy named Blanco, who, if you read back in that time, this is back in the late 70s. Texas Monthly had
He was
their Bum Steer Awards.
Yeah.
And he, for a couple of years in a row, got a Bum Steer Award for the worst congressman in San Antonio. Yeah, he was in San Antonio, right?
Yes.
So anyway, we didn't go out there for a long time. And there were deed restrictions, and there was supposed to be no trailers and so on. So we went out there and there were just trailers.
Yeah.
And
Sounds familiar, Ron?
so I said, well, kids. And unfortunately, since it was 9 acres, it was below the 10-acre minimum that VA loans had.
Oh, yeah.
So that kind of knocked out a bunch of people that might think of buying. So just on a lark, I went to the property owner next to me and knocked on their trailer. Gently, and said, would you be interested in buying it? I said, oh, yeah, we can't really afford it right now, but if you wanted to, I offered to finance it, to carry it. And I had it was with I think I financed it for 10 years with a 5-year balloon payment or something like that. And he was the best. They were the best people. They paid every month on time. And when it came up for the balloon, they paid that and then paid off, bought the rest of it. So it worked out, it was one of those.
Yeah,
I didn't know that we were ever gonna get rid of that place.
the first house we ever bought was on a VA Assumption. And they don't have those anymore, but it was like $500 down and $135 a month. And we had to borrow $500 from my dad.
Sure.
How are we ever gonna do this, you know? And we did it but it's like, wow. The property I own in Portland was a VA, was a non-qualifying assumption. And so I was able to pick that up as rental property with hardly anything down. And, but those are gone.
Yeah, those days,
Those days are gone.
we were, I know that where we're at now in Coconut Cove, the three lots going north of us. Lady who owned it, one lady owned it, and then they put a note on my in-laws on the house, right, on the door, it says, you know, she was interested in selling them and wanted to sell them for $15,000 a lot.
Mm.
Oh, it actually was 5,000, it was 15,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's,
And my father-in-law he had no interest in it. We didn't have any money, which at the time, I mean, geez, if we bought those now.
yeah.
I know,
When we got the property, you know, the house.
back in 1968, when my dad and I were fishing down here all the time, we stayed at a house in Palm Harbor.
Yeah.
And it was for sale, $32,000,
Shit.
but I didn't have a pot to pee in. You know?
You know, Tom was telling me that those condos in Key Largo, when you make the turn, I don't know the street, but we reviewed some of those. He said there was someone he knew who wanted to sell it. And it was like, he said, 20,000. And the guy said, you know, I'll make you a good deal. And Tom, every time we go by there, he said, I could have bought that for 20,000.
Yeah.
But I just got out of college, established in my business, didn't have any money. And that happened to us when we first moved here, right? As you get off of the ferry to the right, they had those condos that were for sale. And they were selling them for like $15,000, $25,000. And I remember telling my ex at the time, we're gonna buy one of these. These would be good investment. And he wasn't much of a risk taker as much as I was. And we didn't do it. And now they're $200,000, $300,000.
There.
Yeah, those are gone. So.
Yes, they are.
That would have been nice to have a condo out there.
Mhm.
We have a better place now, so
So
that's,
valuable out there.
yeah, it really is.
If I owned anything out there, it'd be just to flip it.
Mm. So are you familiar with the development of Holiday Beach, how it came about? I'm trying to find the
No,
history of that.
Not really.
You know, it doesn't seem, you know, I hear different things.
I don't even know who the developer was. You have to go back and look in the deeds.
It probably
It
is.
should be on the restrictions somewhere if you can find the old copy.
It's a Pocono, I forget the name of it, but
Development or something.
yeah, something like that.
I did see that somewhere, but I can't remember where. I may have been.
It's on the deed restrictions.
May have been in the county records.
But, you know, it's like, how did they develop this? And the roads are crazy the way they go, you know? They go this way and that way. And someone said they were gonna have a marina, you know, where the wetlands are right now. That was gonna be a marina. Can't imagine it for $10 a year at the time. So it's always, I like to find the history of things, how they came about. And
Yeah, I don't know.
that was in the 60s. So I remember, you know, they were always trying to develop things, not only here, but nationwide, you know, especially in Florida, you know, where you can get a lot for $5,000. It was telling me from balance, still sick.
Yeah.
She had to get a shot, like a steroid, I guess is what they give her. Poor thing. She is kind of little. She's got a bad case.
Her husband does.
What's her last name?
Smith.
Smith. Oh,
Yeah, Art is.
Art Smith is her.
Alt.
Yeah.
Arthur.
And, my wife was real good friends with a lady in the country club, Helen Southern. And, my goodness, I think she just turned 100.
Gosh.
And it is kind of an unfortunate situation because her husband passed away a number of years ago, and she sold the house and then started moving in to assisted living, not assisted. Retirement home kind of places. Her eyesight got really bad. She had macular degeneration, pretty much legally going down. And so, but at her age, she just started. Anybody that became her friend and all her relatives, she just, would kind of disown them because she would always blame them for, they'd come and visit and then they'd say, well, she stole my coat out of the.
Oh, she
stole
was having
this, she stole that.
yeah.
And I guess in a way, the money burning a hole in her pocket, but she has moved, I can't tell you how many times. She started off in Portland, a place in Portland. And then she moved to a place in Corpus. And then back to Portland. And then she moved to North Carolina.
Oh, my God.
And she had a nephew or something, or somebody. And, he had no desire
No.
to fleece her or anything like that. But she started saying, he was stealing money from her and just really got bad. And my wife actually helped her. When they went, moved all the stuff to North Carolina. My wife flew on a plane with her up to North Carolina and spent a couple of days getting things settled and stuff. And then, and she ended up moving back. And she's gone to Portland, and the last I heard, she was over in Corpus again, but now it's in a assisted living facility, or that part of the facility. But Helen was really good at playing the guitar. She loved to play the guitar. They would have sing-along and stuff like that. And she had a Martin, I forget the model, but Martin guitars are really good guitars. And Art evidently has some guitars, and so I don't know how two of them got together, but it might have been through my wife, but he would help get her guitar repaired and stuff like that. And over the last year or two, he's still keeps in contact with her.
She was just a bitter woman.
Well, of course,
age.
she got old, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And in her situation, and she's blind, effectively blind,
Yeah.
all she can do is sit
Which
around.
makes you paranoid.
Yeah.
It makes you
Yeah,
angry.
and she sounds like she's got a little Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I think at this
Yeah.
stage of the game, it's probably.
Apparently, there's a high correlation between macular degeneration and Alzheimer's, which does not make me happy, but
Do you have
yeah.
macular?
And my mom had it and was blind, and she developed Alzheimer's too,
Mhm.
very slowly, but
Mhm.
and so at first you didn't even notice it, but it was these crazy little things people are stealing.
It's sad. It really is. I mean, you just work so hard all your life and And
Yeah,
you,
my wife's mom was like that at the very end. She always thought somebody was in there stealing stuff, you know?
they get paranoid.
Yeah, we had one or two situations, I forget that, it's not CPS, but it's one of those organizations, right? She filed a complaint against my wife.
It's the elder, it's, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And of course,
For
at
elder.
that time that she filed the complaint, we hadn't seen or talked to her for almost 2 years. Right? And it was something really stupid, like, you know, stole my pillows or something like that.
Yeah.
Just sad.
Yeah, it's when they don't recognize you.
Mhm. My dad, the last year of his life was in assisted living in Floresville. I thought it was the greatest thing the first couple of weeks, and then it just,
Didn't he live with you, Ron?
off and on a little while after mom died, yeah.
I don't remember Jennifer saying that. When
I
he
would
was-
always, as I traveled every week, I would go by there, and my sisters live in San Antonio, so we'd all be there.
Yeah,
I'd make it a point, he always had money in his pocket, you know, I'd make sure he had at least 20 in his billfold, and every week it was gone. I said, what'd you spend that on? I didn't spend it on nothing.
oh,
They're in there going through all this stuff.
oh, see, that's terrible.
Mhm.
Yeah. My husband just calls those places warehouses, because they don't live.
But when they get Alzheimer's,
Mhm.
dementia, you can't take care of them at home, you cannot do it. Oh.
And my wife's grandmother was at the nursing home, I forget the name of it, on South.
Point right up here.
Yeah, well, it's the street
On Air-
off Ann Street,
Mhm.
but it's,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's, you go south, like down Market, you cross Market, cross 35, and then you hang a right, like
Oh,
one of the first or
Oh,
second
yeah, okay.
streets. And she was at that place for 15 years. And she was always, she was sharp, was getting around and was able to, and she was mobile and stuff like that. And my wife used to go almost every night and have dinner with her. And, that place was good. I mean, they worked out well for her.
mhm.
You hate to see that happen.
Yep.
Some of these facilities, you just take advantage of. it.
Well, the facility that my mother-in-law was in, they also had the mentally challenged in there. And they had a ward, but they would mix them at one time. It was really hard because you heard the yelling and nothing was going on. It was just they were yelling because they're mentally challenged, you know. And then dementia and,
Yeah, there were a few of them in his wing that, the same way, they were in bed, but hollering all the time, you know.
when Tom had his back surgery, we hear a lot of that in the hospital. And nurses would say, he's fine, you know, because you go, wow, help me, help me.
Exactly.
Oh my God,
Night and day,
I couldn't,
I couldn't.
my dad was visiting an uncle who was in a VA hospital in New Orleans. I may have told you this, but I didn't stop him. And this guy was in a wheelchair. And my dad was walking down the hall and he goes, hey, buddy, could you raise this? Would you let me out of here, please? He said, I need to go to the bathroom. And so my dad said, okay. So he let him out of the wheelchair some kind of way. Next thing you know, buzzers are going on.
Mhm.
Woo, woo, woo. The guy was trying to escape. And my dad was trying to help him and they said, no, that's okay. He does that all the time. You can't do that to these guys, you know, yeah, so. Yeah. He was headed down the street.
Mhm. So an affidavit we got,
She mustn't all be together because she's not back in here yet.
no,
Well, I think,
Is she? at the
pulling
copy
stuff off the
machine?
printer and
That's good.
busy little beat.
This was for one, and it's not even anything on there.
It's probably on this list somewhere.
Yeah, where?
Still the one and so.
yeah. Saw an article about a guy, I guess two guys that were trying to rob a. He was a liquor store. They came in. Got behind them. Counter pulled a shotgun. The rock was running out saying, "You shot my arm off, you shot my arm." Oh, well.
Never thought about that.
Yeah, right. Showed up at the hospital, and it was just like,
They shot my arm off. And what were you doing? Just standing.
you know, and
I tell you what, that Kentucky flood is just horrible. Ooh.
Yep.
I can't believe that Sandy Hook Elementary School guy who said that there was a hoax. Oh, man, can you see that?
is that Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, yeah. He's crying on the stand. He should be crying. Shame on him.
You wonder if they really believe that or they just want the attention.
Yeah, for his show. I mean, come on, you know, that is terrible.
Sometimes that freedom of speech thing gets taken way too far.
Yeah.
But there are still people who don't believe that all the Jews were killed during World War II.
Or that we landed on the moon.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, they don't believe in the Holocaust, yeah.
We've been hearing with El Paso County, we can't do it until 1:30. That was the reason why he went afternoon. Sorry, guys. It was back.
Okay.
It's okay. He said he could possibly be done, but he doesn't want y'all hanging around if he can't. So yeah, he said, and it's only one. So
Yeah, and it's gonna be by phone or are you gonna?
By
be here?
phone.
Okay.
Yeah, by phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you get your $50 for the afternoon?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. We'll see you later.
Yeah, you back in a little while.
Oh, gee, then.
I know, I'm going home to take a nap.
Well, I don't think I want to do
No. These winds.
All day long unless it rains.
Oh, gosh.
that. And then it
Rain.
Thursday?
Yeah, and then Thursday.
Yeah. All righty then.
You were just busy guys this morning.
Yeah. The air go out.
still not open.
Nope.
You know, I don't know how they deal with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like that to me, no TV next to the poor that's just so low. Yeah. No. No.
Yeah. Oh, you can talk about positive. Yeah, I was like 290, and we have. Yeah, the cost value is more. Yeah. But it's more, for I'll have to give it to my friends to look at all the copies of this. Real quick. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Now to that, Xavier. The next Xavier is, and I think that one of the, well, I'm not remember the name, not Yeah, so they're cheaper.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate it. You too. I can't see you.
No, we're here.
Later. Later. She like went. Well, for the one time that.
I know, man.
I think she didn't want the responsibility.
Yeah, you want it from?
So my requirement is literally, like, here's my door, my AC, then the return to my employee. Yeah, a lot of these. See, I think I haven't done that, and I used to do it in school, I mean, like, lunch. Like, I don't think you put it in. Why? Yeah, and it would keep, you know, somehow, like, I think I have to know my. I think it was, yeah. My head. What was that? I'm not able to do that. No.
You're right.
I like it.
Back again.
Check the news. China hasn't declared war yet.
No, I don't think they will. I think they're just gonna blow
Why?
smoke.
Yeah, why?
He's just, he's up for reelection.
I don't think there's a lot of people in there.
It'll be his third term, so. Here we are.
Yes, but we can pay for it.
Yeah, but
That's right. Got another $50.
yay,
Don't know when you'll see it.
or if
December.
why is that December?
I have no idea. I still go back to the question, so if we die or quit before then.
Let's hope we quit, not die.
We're not exactly 22. I'm driving back and forth to work. Nor do we want to be.
Do a lot of things different.
Damn. I have a friend who makes homemade cinnamon rolls.
Ooh.
And she called my husband and had some fresh cinnamon rolls made for him. And he shared them with me.
I was waiting to hear that, and he ate them all.
Yeah, I bet you when I get home, it'll be gone.
Is that from back there?
Yeah, but I probably got the last one of these, but there's others.
It's a,
Somebody really stuck down the cheesecake stuff.
Oh, I didn't even see them.
yeah, that's good
Oh,
stuff.
the ones that were on the table?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but these are on the,
Didn't open that corner.
The counter, yeah.
Anybody want anything?
No, I'm gonna go to the forums today. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Picadilla. Picadilla. What is it? Picadilla. Picadilly.
Pick something?
Pick something.
Starts with P.
That's why I'm like, darling, just call me that.
Yeah.
So if y'all wanna wait till 1:30 or how you feel?
If he's ready, we're ready.
All right.
As soon as. You'll make it, that's
It's
it.
gonna be a
Yeah.
Zoom or something.
There's an affidavit,
Oh, that's it?
That's
Oh,
it.
Oh. my
the
goodness.
one affidavit.
Cool, yeah.
Couldn't we done that earlier?
Because he was involved with El Paso, she said. And he didn't know if he'd be through.
Well, when there. He hadn't sent us up there. I'm going
No, he had,
It just showed up here, not.
Jackie
10
came
minutes
in
ago.
and said that he was with the El
Did you know
Paso.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, it's not important. It's listed anyway.
So Pasco County.
You'll start with it.
Yes, you'll have to ask Jackie. Before we left, she said she didn't want us to wait around because he didn't know how long he'd be,
Oh,
so. That's what I heard.
It is what it is. We're here. Yeah, they just loaded this information about 1 o'clock. Page 11 top.
so these cinnamon rolls, are they the kind that are, you wind them up, you know, and you unwind them?
Yeah,
They last longer that way.
they're really good.
With the cream cheese icing on top, maybe.
Hurt me.
Yeah, it was, I don't think it's cream cheese, it's just kind of a really nice sugary, melty kind of icing.
Do they have? Place, I know we had in Austin, and actually, I think they were made in Sea's Market, when they started, this one. Nancy rolls. You ever hear of those? They were big. Roll kind of, or cinnamon buns or whatever, but. They must have put like a stick of butter on each one.
They came with a stint, huh?
Yeah, right. No, it didn't.
Probably donut down here, probably.
Here, aren't usually there's, maybe you them. Because that's my favorite.
Is that bad?
It is. Don't mind the grunting over here.
Your legs still hurt?
No, they're fine. Yeah, they're at, this lady just called.
Yeah.
I've slept twice since then.
Goodness, I know.
You know which one.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe an affidavit hearing, right?
I think we're calling you, aren't we?
On the affidavit, check it, it says
I thought,
affidavit only. If he needs to call in to sign in, we don't call out.
Do we have to wait 20 minutes? If he wants to call in?
He's calling in.
Or does it have anything that say he does?
I don't know, I need to, hold on just a second. You check the first box, and the first box is the one that says.
I do not intend to appear in the
Okay.
hearing
Yeah, great.
by telephone or by video.
Yeah, but in the second sentence says, you can use this if I don't.
Great.
That doesn't make any sense.
So he's not
Very
gonna
good.
call in then.
It's
As far as I know, he's
big
not
deal.
coming.
Okay, well, I know he's not coming, he doesn't live.
No, I meant
Oh.
he's not
He's not, so let's.
Okay,
participating.
all right.
Apply. Now, which one is this? Is that the one we?
Page 11, 1961 is the case ID.
Mhm.
And in the tablet of, outside of the doc.
Yeah, it's by itself. I didn't figure y'all needed a docket time. You keep. You know, I can mix it up by now.
I know you- We got your number, Miss Piccadilly.
I'm sure we're gliding to.
Wait. H1. No, that's really. Helmet,
However,
This is somebody else.
yeah,
You could just refresh it.
I know, but I'll just share the number.
All right, we ready?
Yes.
Ready or not, here we come.
All right.
We're commissioning a hearing on case ID 2022-1961, count number 31830, which is 2003 North Fulton Beach Road, apartment 9. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what's under protest.
Market appraised value Q1, Q2.
All right. Market equity Q1, Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. And so we have some stuff. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Amen.
I, Alan Berkeley, solemnly swear for the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. You can probably own the affidavit for the record. The count 31830. The owner is Bruce and Dan Niles, 15395 Rebel Drive. How do you say that? Hello, case? Lotus, Texas, 780235157. Email address, Reagan.
He didn't.
He did not.
Reagan.
Reagan.
Section 2, it says 2003 North Fulton Beach Road, apartment 9, Rockport, Texas, 78332. Rockport Racket and Yacht Club condominium unit C9, 1.38% common elements. Reasons for protest like are incorrect appraised market value, and your values are equal compared to other properties. Evidence is described in the B1 packet. Stating the facts or arguments is as follows. On the basis of market, there are two comparable properties that sold in the pertinent year of 2021 that suggest the property will be taxed. Based on these comps, we recommend a value of $239,849. Please turn your attention to the market sales section of the appeal summary in our packet. Secondly, in accordance with Texas State Property Code 42.363, on the basis of unequal appraisal, we found two that are similarly situated that are of the same general kind of character that suggest the properties are overpriced. Thus, we recommend the value of $267,816. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in our packet. Most respectfully, Reagan Orr. 2022 requested value is $240,000.
So you're recommending 3 different values.
Yeah, so the, it's kind of boilerplate the way we present it, but the way the code reads is you do the market test, you do the equity test, and whichever one's lower, that's the one you go with. And so it sometimes it seems like they're saying, well, I want this, but if I can't get that, maybe at least this.
Yeah.
But what they're really doing is just presenting all of
Okay.
it, kind of the same way every time. The hearing type selected that I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Name, signature, sign in Aransas County.
He's the co-owner.
Okay, so the account history, let's see here, this is Racket Club condo, it is 1155 square feet. It says it's 7648, sometimes in condo, that means, that might be even like a subset of the condos. But usually it just means 7648 is Racket Club. Year built 1973, is when Racket Club is built. The historical value there. It doesn't have a value for last year for some reason. Okay. 2022 opinion of value, 239,849. They were noticed at 307, basically 308. Their sales value is 240, uniform equals 267.8. So they're looking for 239,840. All right, next is, looks like maybe even every MLS sale for Racket Club. And these purchase prices are circled. The first one is unit 47, it's 250. Next one is 217.5. The next is the same one. And then 219, 362. And then 190. And then 227. And 215. And then there is the equity grid that produces the 257 number. There are other units that are actually older. I guess this one's been updated. And so it's got some effective age added to it that these comps don't. But I would imagine the comps are adjacent. They're really identical. Sales grid is apartment 19 and apartment 47. Sold for 227 and 250. And their adjustment is for what? What are they adjusting? Oh, the effective age on one of them, the size is inconsequentially different. The land value is actually different on one of them, which is interesting. I guess they have a different percentage of the common elements. Okay, and the indicated value is 218 and 261, the average of which is 240. Okay, so that concludes their evidence. All of these sales are, there's a bunch of them at 215, 220. Pretty consistent. And then there's one that's 190 and one that's like 360. So what somebody didn't just be taken for a ride. It's your MLS sales, they have a real estate agent. So it was listed for 400.
Wow.
And the other ones were listed for like 222. 220 and 220. So something's different about this one.
The 190?
The 362.
Oh, yeah, 360, okay, 360.
Let's see, 1155.
Did you see the sale date anywhere?
Yeah, the close on that one in particular, it closed on 4/15/2021.
It should say contract.
It does, right above On the left, you go down a little bit. Go down, I'm on the 362.5, say.
Yeah.
You go all the way down before the pictures
Oh, I see,
appear.
yeah, contract.
Mhm.
Okay.
Whoa. Not what I expected.
Pretty nice.
They're very nice. No wonder
The rest of them all look pretty similar to each other, and then that one's pretty nice. Let's see. And then that's it. That's what it is. All right. Can you put the scroll up to the what page this is? It's on the listing.
Is that the one for 199? Oh, no. There.
Keep going. That right there. That's what it is. It's one of these front ones.
Oh, the one story.
And it's got the water.
Yeah.
And it's nice. It's very nice. We're not going for it too. But it's not. It's not so nice that it warrants $100,000 more. It's this thing's on the water.
Mhm.
Because the other ones are all pretty consistent. Let's see here. See, if we got into this data, I would probably be really good at reading these. Because I don't look at them very often, but I don't.
Yeah, it's a wealth of information.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, but also like, if there's something in here describing where it is in Racket Club, really easy, And- oh, there would be. There's a thing that says property faces, but it's blank.
So they get monthly HOAs at $347. According to the listing. Oh, it takes care of exterior upkeep, ground upkeep, trash, water, common area.
Remarkably looking apartment.
They have a courthouse too.
Okay,
So,
The HOA fees vary by.
No.
Let's see, one said 429.
show you that. It might be based on the percentage of common elements they own.
so
Or square footage, sometimes it's square footage.
the one that faces the water is $429.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so let's see what we got. So this is here in 198.5. Here's 307, last sale was in 2012 for the subject. Where are our comps?
This,
31830. 692. Oh. Okay. Well, there's some other sales in here that are substantially higher than those are the numbers. 375, 47, and then a deed of trust for 288. So that's just the finance portion of it. And then our median is 350. Let's see here, these are all 1155. Some of them are updated a lot. We are not high on any of the sales. Okay, and the equity grid, there's all these are 307,960. Okay, so that's, yeah, and I was told that when Ray and Jackie looked into this property, that the distinction about it was the waterfront in terms of which comps were picked. The two that they're in their grid are dry, or not. These aren't really wet lots, they're not on the beach, but they're not waterfront lots, they don't have that water view. And, these are water view. That's why they're so much higher.
His is a water view.
Yeah, it's in his front. Subject property. So that's why they're different. Because everybody in the back would be upset, because those are so nice, they're next to the water.
Yep.
Okay, so, let's look at the. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's a neighbor adjustment. Okay. Yeah, so that's what he's gonna be. I'm not, I don't actually know what this means with +3 at the end of 7648. Check and see. Can you just do a regular property search by GeoID? And just look up everything that starts with 7648 quick? And can I see GeoID? Is that it? Oh, there. Wait, no,
Right here.
I'm looking for the neighborhood, I think. Is that a column you can add? Right click it. And customize. District subdivision. No, great. Okay. Yeah, just open one of them, I guess, and see if they're
Which one?
any of them.
What apartment?
I guess they're random. This one I think was 47. C9.
Just trying to find one next to it, you know what I mean, and see it.
Oh, okay, so it's unit is the different than apartment number. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, unit. Okay, C9, C10. Got it.
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
bedroom
there we
with-
go. Whew,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah,
Okay, so yeah.
sorry, that's
this-
how we knew,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah. Okay.
that's how we knew they were on the water.
Yeah, these are 3-bedroom units on the wall.
That's at 7645.
Mhm.
Yes, and so the reason there would be an indicated value for the subject that's 240 is because they're averaging ones that aren't 3 bedrooms.
Oh, okay, okay.
And these are, well, these are equity homes, but it's our sales. That's it.
The 362 guy. In there, that was that place the water.
Yes.
Now, with the one we're evaluating, does it have a face the water?
It is, it's a 3-bedroom.
For 350?
We have 307. 307. And it looks like,
307.
wow. Yeah. Looks like we're probably,
Well,
but who knows, maybe these things don't.
yeah, there's a lot, but at the same time, look at the other comps that are on, facing the water. It's not high, yeah.
Right on.
The 272, comp 3.
Yeah, so that is a, we don't actually know what that's. Scroll down a little bit, next page. The data source is CR, it's consideration residential. So that means they had a bank give them 288 on a loan, but we don't know what the down payment was. And admittedly, it could be any, it is possible, technically, that they could have paid 288 at 100% financing. But it's also equally possible that they put 400,000 with no interest. But this is, the reason we use the percent of list is because if we don't get MLS sales data, we can't compel people to give us prices, we would be operating like that. And what are the odds that we go around putting 260,000 on this stuff? We're gonna be even close to right, looks like it should be 350, so.
And they are the same size, so.
Yeah, what the thing is, the sales are, they're updated, they're brought to market, they put some money into them, maybe they sell furnished, so. You know, the subject, we're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, and they're just kind of running the mill, and they're using it.
So the comps that he used, you said were not
We're not 3 bedrooms on one.
on the
Two
board.
bedroom, top water. No water view.
Okay. And then that. I agree with the district. Three oh seven.
I would like to say something differently, but if you should right.
That shows all his comps, the two bedroom. Low and low, two bedroom.
Scott.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, Ron?
On
These
the
are two bedroom.
protesters evidence, they're using two bedroom comparables.
In the sales counts or?
On the listings that they.
Oh, I see.
Provided to us.
Wow.
Uh-oh, there's one, that 362 is a 3 bedroom.
Yes, but most of them are, $200,000
They're 2 bedroom.
for two bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, aside from that conflict in the district's grid, I can't see any compelling to.
Go any lower.
Make
than
a
the
change.
Yeah,
Okay. Ms.
307,
That's
307, 960.
That's where we're at.
Okay, going to make a motion after reviewing the evidence from the district and the owner. It is the ARB's decision that the value, considering account number 31830, we discussed equity and incorrect equity and appraised value, that the ARB's decision is to have the current value remain the same at 307,960.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks for that hearing.
Letters, maybe?
I'll double check, but. That was it for.
For Reagan, that's it.
So do we come tomorrow at 8:30?
Yeah, that's what my thing.
All messed
Well,
up.
no, it's a single panel.
Not tomorrow,
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
No, not tomorrow.
it'll be next week, next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Coming to you.
Yes, I have 8:30.
At Thursday. Yeah, that was for the 10th. The 10th?
Mhm.
I have 8:30. Oh my
Come in at 10.
goodness, so we come in at 10. Wow.
Single panel for 8:30.
Mhm.
Ten o'clock, 10:30, what time?
Yes. Single panels at 8:30 and then we'll come in at 10 for the
All right, and so what about the 11th?
full day, I think.
It's a full day?
Yeah, that's a full day.
We Would any of you like to write a letter? So that way we have something to.
Like me, like,
If I wrote it, you couldn't read it.
dear Scott,
That's all for today. So-
I have a little joke here.
Oh, no, adjourn first.
Oh, I'm gonna be adjourned.
No, second.
Anybody
I agree.
opposed?